And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you've had a good start of the week. Hope you are energized for all of it. I got nothing to say. Really got nothing to say. Yeah. So, this being Tuesday, it is a read and correct morning. For those who are new, hey, the lady writes, welcome to the stream. The plan for today is this morning read and corrects. And this afternoon, I will be writing Stepping Wild out because I wasn't writing yesterday. I want to catch up to it. And it is sort of appropriate seeing how I wasn't. I'm done with the Last Detour. Finished it last week, so I've got. Well, it wasn't taking time. It was a doctor's appointment, so slightly different. I did take the rest of the morning off. Like it was done fairly quickly, and after that, I just went. You know what? I'm not going to try to sneak anything in. I'm just gonna take the rest of the morning off. So. But yes, so for those who are new to this, when I do my read and corrects, I record them. So while that is happening, I will ignore the chat. And anything that is said while I'm doing that, I will address when I get back. To minimize delays, although there's no Algos battle running at this point, I will start this now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and I, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 104 of The Captain's Heart. Gregoron sat at an unoccupied medical station, trying to focus on the information on his tablet. He'd tried to work, but when word reached him, the psychologist had joined. When word reached him, the psychologist had joined the doctor while they looked over Bob. He had to come and find out why. Of course, he hadn't learned anything. The room was locked, and his authority ended on this side of it. So he'd sat and did what he could not to think about what had brought the psychologist in. The door opened and she stepped out, looking exhausted. She had her hand up before he was standing. Don't start with the question. Plural. I need to. She glared. Do you have any idea what it's like dealing with a fractured mind? What was done to Jeremy Bradshaw is easier to deal with because it was the only thing that was done, and you interrupted it. It's an insistent voice hiding among his thoughts. She pointed at the door. That's two different people fighting over which one of them is real. And which one is? Neither. She forcefully calmed herself under the stare of the medics. They are both creation of something internal. I don't know if there's anything left of who Bob was before the first time this was done to him, but what I heard was more construct than person. Can you help him? She closed the muzzle on the protest. Let's continue this outside so we don't disturb the medics. Outside, she didn't make it to the first intersection before rounding on him. What are you after, Captain? The information you have to save your heart, the identity of those behind the technology? What? Said much of her state of mind, she didn't get the answer. She didn't get the answer herself, but he still answered her as honestly as he knew how. He wasn't as impartial as he wanted, as he'd want. If that information is there, all of it. But he cut her off. He is a victim, not an aggressor. I don't want that at his expense. So, can you help him? Can you get him back to who he was? She leaned against the wall, rubbing her temple. I don't know. A lot of who he is that was incorporated into what was done to him. I'll need more time with him to know if it can be untangled or if what I'll be doing is helping him learn how to manage the two aspects of who he is. Gargarian nodded, satisfied. I can give you some information, she continued, based on what he remembers and read afterward. What was done to him was to make him a better soldier, one who obeyed, who would follow orders and didn't have to deal with remorse. He said the soldiers revolted. That happened after the second process. I'm going to change that. The last process. The latest and last process. I don't like precision, especially now we're dealing with people. Especially not when dealing with people for whom precision is not their bread and butter. Like, as an example, Tristan in the Monster and Batman is quite precise. That is part of who he is, and I often forget that. But most of the time, I like keeping things because few of us think in precision. So that happened after the latest and last process. He knows less about that one, about what this one was for, but I could see how that went against the previous treatment. Made him and any who had undergone it both aware they had been tempered. Wait, what? Made him and who had been aware both? Been tempered with and able to act against both. Against them. But I could see how that went against the previous treatments. Plural. Made him and any who had undergone it both aware they had been tempered with and able to act against them. The reaction must have been based on some of the core personalities of those involved. Being soldiers, violence was the immediate reaction of enough they couldn't be contained. Bob didn't see much of that, but he survived to witness the end and the result and the crash. Wasn't he also a soldier? Why didn't he become violent? While all hunters are thought to fight and will see the front lines, some of them will be more suited to other areas, such as investigation, information gathering, fabrication, teaching. I understand. He received the same training, but his aptitude lent themselves to him being less prone to violence. Yes, I'll do my best to help Bob while he's here, and afterward it will be up to him to continue the work. Does being a mentalist lead to you forming friendship easier? She saw him. You're already using his short name. She shook her head tiredly. He's an earther. It's easier to deal with him on his own terms, but it's not a shortening of his name. It's the only name he knows. It can be short. Oh, I see what. Shortening of Robert, but he doesn't think that it's the case. He didn't ask how that name shortened to the other. All right, thank you for indulging me, she snorted. It was this or having you hound me until I did. She tilted an ear as he opened his muzzle to protest. But I'm sure Bob will be willing to talk with you if you have questions. Just don't be surprised if not all the answers make sense. They made a mess of his mind. Once he too has had time to rest, I'll see if he wants to talk. The doctor was finishing when I left. She'll be able to tell you how Bob is physically. Thank you. She left and he returned to the medical bay. The doctor glared at him, but didn't order him out. How is your patient? Just as with Terry the Earther, Gargran couldn't get himself to refer to him just by that short of a name, and Bob the Earther didn't seem to want to work. He's resting. Considering the condition he lived under, he's in surprisingly good health, at least compared to the few references I have access to. Kelso removed the file I had on Earthers. When I asked, I wasn't authorized to know. When I pushed, I was told there were reasons to doubt the validity of the information provided. I have no idea if they were shoving shit up my nostrils or not, but I've only found a few medical experts on Federation Station who have treated Earthers, so your heart is where most of my data comes from. My patient suffered from a narrow band of vitamin deficiencies, mostly relating to a need for external processes to generate them. Earthers need exposure to specific radiation range he didn't get. Jer? He's been issued supplement to compensate. Once his current situation is resolved, you can install a sunlight in your apartment that covers the range he'll need. Once he's arrested, the patient will be able to move about. I'll see him daily to establish a baseline. Thank you. Halfway to his apartment, he received a message from Beta Zarthiel. You are going to want to see this. The usually tidy office Zarthiel occupied now had equipment on every surface, along with 3 other hunters, each with expertise with electronics, but only Natarikna Drugdramar had he interacted with before. No, that doesn't, but he'd only interacted with. There we go. That looks better. Each with expertise with electronics, but it only interacted with Atarikna Drugdramar before. These were the most intact version we were able to find, the beta announced. Gargaran tilted an ear as he looked over the rather damaged items. Some people didn't like these things, she offered as an explanation. They went through basically what Jared has gone through more than once. More than once. I'd be angry too. Me too. Ata, how about you explain what you worked out? Atarikna Drugdramar took the most intact-looking one and turned it over, exposing the inside. My first thought, looking at this, was that we're dealing with a previous version of what was used on your heart. A few generations before, one of the hunters said, not looking up from the work he was doing. And that's probably still true, because what the scans of that machine show us is more refined than this. But the really interesting part are these. That part of the inside. In what way? She motioned to the rest of the insides. All of this, that's Earther-tech. You can tell by how small it is, the other hunter said, studying a compartment under a scanner. Not just that, but it's close enough to the scans we can match them. But these? These are Tahornian technology. What is Tahornian technology doing inside an Earther machine? He leaned in, trying to tell them apart. You should be asking how they can work together, the hunter at the scanner said. Tahornian tech is like its people, crazy. Just because they don't do tech the way we do doesn't make it crazy, Drugdramar replied. But it is impressive how Earthers got the two kinds of tech to work together. Where did they get the technology? He asked. Zophiel shrugged. The Earthers and Terhornians share contested territories. Makes sense they talk and, trade or steal from one another, from each other. The hunter said, still not looking up from his work. Or that, the beta said, but that's not the really interesting part. And what is? He asked when they remained silent. We think the whole thing was Terhornian tech. How can that be? Why would a Terhornian have something like this? Are you sure? The how and why we can't answer. It's the Terhornians, so maybe they stole the original designs from another species. There's an entire border they refuse to talk about. Who knows what and who's there? As for the if we're sure, as sure as it's possible to get. She motioned to the hunter, and Atarikna drug Dramar turned the device so Gagran could see the insides better. This, she tapped one of the part that was Terhornian, is vital for the working of this thing. The other two can be worked around. Maybe, a hunter said, but this one? No. I take this out and this thing becomes useless. We think that either somewhere on that wreck or in a lab in Earth or territory, there is a version of this that contains no Earther tech at all. That this is somewhere along the process of recreating their tech, what their tech does, but only with Earther tech. Why would they use this on their soldiers? They exchanged looks. The hunter finally looked up from the work he was doing. How else are they going to learn if what their changes to it do what they want them to? It created a revolt, he pointed out. Then this probably wasn't what they wanted. Or, based on the psychologist's assessment, because the soldier had already undergone a mind programming process. Why the Earthers did that? Bob the soldier had said something about being a good soldier. If they were willing to use processes like the ultrasonics to make Jar not react to his attraction to male, using such measures to ensure their soldiers obeyed wasn't that far-fetched. What bothered him was the connection to the Terhornians. Them, with a form of mind-altering technology, was not something he considered good. How much of the ship can be searched? How long can we stay? Zophiel replied. Not indefinitely. We need to be back to patrolling the line so we can meet up with General Gore's injury. As scheduled. Then only so much as that's going to allow. There had been no beacon or signal being sent out, so only they knew where the ship was. They could return. Focus the search on anything linking this to the Terhornians. We'll need as much evidence as we can when we bring it to the Federation. They aren't going to do anything about it, Zophiel said. What people do within their borders isn't the Federation's business. It's what they'll say. This isn't within their territory. But the Earthers are the ones with it. And how did they get it? If it's not supposed to leave Terhornian territories. The others snuck in and stole it from under their ship. One of the hunters offered hesitantly. Even I'm not willing to give them that, Zophiel said. And after what they did to the Alpha's heart, I'm willing to give them a lot. But Terhornians, victim of piracy? They invented the act. The only way I'm willing to accept the Earthers getting their hands on this is if they came across it on a dead ship within their disputed territories, or they traded for it. Both things are problematic. Gargaran said, trading isn't prohibited, the hunter pointed out. But we show this was full Terhornian tech, Zophiel said, and this isn't just trade. It's one species trading tech designed to alter how people think to a species that has already demonstrated a willingness to do so. I think the Federation will have issues with that. Hopefully, Gargaran thought. The Federation's end-off approach could be extreme. But if they decided to let this go unchecked, it wouldn't be because he hadn't brought them enough evidence. Make it happen. We'll stay as long as we can. Once Alex is back, he'll be able to tell me how much speed we can get out of the reactor. Better clear the entire section first. Sophia said once the engineer starts screaming at you, he can send everyone to medical for burst eardrums. And that concludes Chapter 104 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, the lady writes. Thank you very much for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? The first reading correct went quite well. Thank you very much. Made a few alterations, mostly to remove precision where it doesn't belong. Getting together to get kittens to school. Cool. I hope that goes well. Angel, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Resuming baby and the drilling sound outside. You're good working on your old fantasy series. Oh, very cool. rebuilding it, rewriting it, just editing it? What are you doing? What kind of work are you doing on it? What? Oh, right, that was the other one. Everything except for the island you've built. Cool. May 1st. Think to do it. The series is called Mystic Rest. 6 best friends survive a lightning strike that struck the bar. At night, they're hanging out. They survive to talk about it. Mysterious stuff starts to happen around them. Old secrets and loves that they never imagined having in their life. Oh, interesting. You joined my Discord. Did you read the message? There should be a one message in the room. I mean, to be fair, I know you're an actual person, so we can do that and bypass the need. Basically, this is my welcome lobby. It's how I filter bots out. By forcing the people to interact with the lobby before they can see anything, the bots can't do any. They can't bother the people on my Patreon, on my Discord. The only person they can bother is me, and I really don't give a damn about that one. So But yeah, I started doing that when people were kind of going, yeah, I keep getting advertising for people wanting to sell me their cover making skills. And I went, okay, I need to do something. And I do not remember whom, but somebody walked me through the process of making that. Yeah. Da, 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 da. Okay, that is done. All right, I can no longer go to it from there. I need to get back here. Ah, oh, very nice. Oh, nice. Very cool. Da, 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 da. Between the human realm and the sky realm. Neat. Alrighty, this chapter is done. Now, that's where you go. Okay. All right. Alrighty. Food's put away. Nice. I will start the next chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off the desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kendar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 105 of The Captain's Heart. Jeremy contacted his friend with as little thought put into it as he could. There had been 3 aborted attempts because he tried to plan how he'd do it, and the program had picked up on enough to send him into a panic spiral. This time, he was just doing it. "Hey," he said as soon as he received the connection established signal. The reply was slow in coming. And when it did, it was filled with hesitation. I? Sorry, you're not busy, are you? I don't want to disrupt your work. No, no, I'm not. More hesitation. I just wasn't expecting you to contact me like this. Yeah, I know. It's been a few days since we arrived, and I thought you'd be done with most of that work. The chuckle was heartfelt. Oh, I'm going to be busy with what we found for a while. We also picked up. Yeah, I heard about him. You don't sound interested. I've been around humans my entire life. One more isn't going to mean much. You know where the engineer's at? The sense I get from the others is that he doesn't enjoy leaving the ship. Another heartfelt chuckle. Alex hates anything that takes him away from his reactor. But the one on the ship needed being seen to. That it's taking him this long is telling of how much work it needs. It's a human design? Yes, so he... Oh, I'm sorry. It never even occurred to me to see if you could help. The engineer's always the one who deals with those situations. It's okay. He pushed the hurt down, then added to make it easier to endure. And without knowing whose design it is, there's no telling how much of how much use I'd be. I thought Earthers made everything the same. Once a design is approved, we currently have seven designs actively in production. One of mine is part of that, he added, unable to keep the pride out of his voice. But there have to be close to 100 designs still active, dating back to when we discovered how to harness antimatter power. Only those deemed unsafe were removed from their ship before there was a reason to retire them. We like to build things to last. When I see Alex, I can check if he could use your help with it. Thanks. Have you learned anything useful at that point? At this point? Another silence before the reply, but there was no hesitation when his friend spoke. Nothing that helps yet. What we've got points to the technology coming from others and being integrated, but that isn't giving us answers yet. The programming wasn't latching onto this, so Jeremy pushed. Can you send me the scans? I might recognize something. Another pause. I'm sorry. This is Hunter business. We can't share it with civilians. Right. He would have liked seeing the tech that had done this to him. Speaking of, how is your training going? Isn't she reporting to you? You are the one who arranged it, aren't you? Yes, I figured you needed to learn to defend yourself after what happened, but it's your training. She doesn't send me reports. She did mention when we hung out a while back, you were... hung out a while back, that you were making progress. He chuckled. If you call being taken down by a group of kids progress, sure, I am. His friend chuckled. We started exercising earlier than you. That's pretty much what the guy she left in charge said, although it's entertaining watching them get in each other's way until they stop growling and hissing at each other. I didn't know you did that. Cubs do that. It's childish behavior. The silence stretched while Jeremy tried to think of something else to talk about. I need to go, his friend said. Like I said, I'm not done with this. No, of course, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep you. Don't be sorry. I'm glad you contacted me. I hope you do it again. I will. It was good talking with you. He ended the connection and smiled. He'd done it. He'd managed to speak with... The programming jumped on that thought, and nightmares swallowed Jeremy. Well, Technician Asherik Toreborek said. Look who finally decided he was good enough to work with us. A look over his shoulder showed Jeremy Thorek heading in his for his board. He made sure the readouts were stable and headed for his friend. Should you be working? Shouldn't you be with your mate after so long on that ship? Turek chuckled. I returned 2 shifts ago. Me and Near have celebrated multiple times, and I hope to never set foot on an Earther ship again. How can you stay in such cramped space? His friend shuddered. Jeremy looked around. I might have a problem with them now. What did they have you do? Sorry, you probably can't talk about it. Sort of what we do here, making sure nothing the engineer did caused something on the ship to explode. Does he do anything that drastic? Nothing Jeremy had witnessed led him to think that, but... Turek laughed. Never with his reactor. He's always careful, but from hearing him curse, that reactor didn't give him much choice. But he has it running? Turek shrugged. He was still cursing it with with visit from Tutankhamun Garten when my stay ended. I'm sure that once he's back, the engineer will be happy to tell you what he thinks of Arthur Tech. So can't wait to be told just how much better his designs is than anything we'd ever make. Doubt it's going to be that bad. I'll find out when he gets back. Until then, your board waits you. Technician Shubatan Corial Semirian, you can return Technician Torixel Minial Sector to his board. He has returned and is ready to work. He whirled, not caring the looks he received. This time, he saw enough of the gray, white, and black fur before the guy darted back to recognize them. Having done that, he focused on his breathing. His agent, the programming whisperer, trying to take control. Maybe. That man had been stalking him for a while now, although it had started before he'd been tortured, but it had increased afterward. Jeremy wished the guy would just tell him what his problem was. He certainly wasn't chasing him through the ship. He had better things to do. Yeah, all of this is me constantly forgetting that Tom has a beef with Jeremy. And Tom not being the combative type. Like, he's doing it with distant glares. So that will come to a head at some point. Actually, later than time-wise in the ship in the book, later than it probably makes sense, because I have kind of spread how much time takes place, but yeah, we'll see. But yeah, so this concludes chapter 105 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on the Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right. All right, so that needs to be compiled. Turn you off. Hey, Cool Imp. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? well enough. I'm glad to hear that. What are you up to today, Coolimp? Got drunk on Saturday, didn't make much progress on the rewrite, so you're doing what you can today. Cool. Good luck with that. Really? 26K out of 80. Well, that's progress. That things are moving. That's good. Alright, so that is done. That is done. We can move on to that. Don't hear Tapa's mental voice until a fourth of the book. Is that a problem? Is that something you feel needs to be adjusted? Nope. Cool. Very cool. Alrighty. I will start on another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 106 of The Captain's Heart. Gregoran watched the Earther step out of the psychologist's office and didn't entirely recognize the male. The furtive wariness was gone, or at least not on at the surface, on the surface, not at the surface. I'm going to keep it that way. It wasn't entirely calm he was seeing, but there was a sense Bob the soldier now knew the ground he walked on, the smell in the air, and the sound among the trees. She had contacted him and asked that he be present. Captain, she greeted him. Bob has something to tell you. I'm leaving, Bob the soldier stated. Gregoran didn't look to the psychologist. If she'd intended to have an input here, she would have warned him. Is that wise? The psychologist can't have resolved everything with you. The male snorted. Oh, I doubt she can fix me if she spent a lifetime trying. I don't think that I ever was quite right in the head to start with. I wouldn't have sat down in that first machine. If I'd been... But, while I'm not entirely sure who I was, these last days of therapy helped me put enough in place that I have a sense of who I am. And I'm someone who'd rather be on my wreck, if at all possible, with my sensors, listening to what old Earth has to say. Well, that world was really interesting. Now he looked at the psychologist. The male had just given a diagnosis on himself. He wouldn't accept it without her opinion. I would prefer if Bob stayed, she said. While he might be right that what's been done to him can't be entirely undone, continuing to work on it would lead to something more stable. But he has taken to the exercises I have taught him, more than your heart. Having to work against multiple programming has given Bob a mental adaptability that is well suited to mental training. I don't believe he will be a threat to anyone who shows up unexpectedly to his home. Oh, don't bet on that, the Earther said, smiling. I fully intend to defend myself if some stranger shows up without announcing himself. But now you will do so fully cognizant of the decisions you are making, instead of because you are giving into an intermittent paranoid delusion, she replied. Are you sure you want to go back? He asked. The state of your home is less than ideal. The first time I sent the first team I sent to gather those other machines detected something happening with the power. I sent my engineer to look into it, and he has yet to return. Yeah, the power's always been acting up. But it always settles down if I leave it alone. He headed for the door, and Gagarin had to follow if he wanted to continue talking. Continue trying to convince him to rejoin some form of society. Outside of counseling, the Earther froze as a pair of Kelsarians also stopped and stared at him. They noticed him. Yeah, I think here I've got to go. I have to use a name. They noticed Gralgaran and resumed walking. Instead of bolting, Bob the soldier took breath while closing and opening his hand. After 20, he looked left and right. Okay, so how do I get off this ship? They weren't so close to the hangar that he wouldn't have time to have him see reason. He headed in that direction. The Federation can offer you something better, and there are other authors within it. I think Tommy the Earther would even want to help you integrate within that community. Who? Tommy the Earther. He's part of Spreading Branch. He is the one you sent the coordinate to. Didn't know he had a name. They were always just voices from the void, sort of safe because they weren't real, if you understand what I mean. Like my signals from the old Earth, but more recent. Then why did you send them information about what Jeremy had been subjected to, the coordinates where I could find you? The Earther stopped, and Gregoran did the same. Look, you get that just because my head screwed on a little straighter, that doesn't mean I can entirely make sense of how I was thinking before, right? Gradgren had to guess at some of what Bob the soldier meant, as the meaning for many of those words didn't match the context they were said in. But it was relating to his state of mind, so he nodded. Okay, so the best I can tell you, and all right, give me a moment. I've got to deal with this. Hello. It is. 24th, 24th. Okay, and I'd be staying overnight? Okay. What time? Yes, I am. That is correct. And that's going to be at Brampton Civic? Nope, I'm still just on the 2 blood pressure medication. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I've got that. I've got the same one. Yeah. 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 Correct. All righty. Bye. Sorry about that. That one could not be. That one could not be delayed. Da, 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 da. Oh yeah. So the best I can tell you, and wow, is that when when they talked about you two, they were telling me a story that pulled at my heartstrings. And because of that, I did stuff. When that story involved Jeremy being tortured, it reminded me of what I'd gone through, and I shared that with them. Maybe I wanted to let them know it wasn't just a story. I don't know. What that they had that there had been people who suffered that way for real. Maybe on some level, I did think you two were real and needed help. I really don't know. Same with giving them the coordinates. They said you wanted my help and I wanted to give it. If you're going to force me to tell you why, I wouldn't trust whatever story I end up coming. I end up telling you because I don't. Why are you smiling? That's a smile, right? You have just told me why this happened. I don't think I did. Why did this happen? His smile broadened. Someone meddled. The hangar was chaotic with the arrival of a shuttle. It's going to be a few minutes before they disembark, he told the Earther. After that, they need to make sure it's space-worthy, and they'll return you to there with the hunters who are still. The Steady Fern male fought the hand that tried to help him down the shuttle's ramp. His friend's fur was a mess, and then when he looked in his direction, he looked exhausted. Hadn't he slept at all there? That was burned away by anger as Alex stormed in his direction. You, he snarled. Gargaron Salalavnir, if you ever tell me to get off this ship to go look over some Earther reactor, I promise you, on both your namesakes that I am dragging you there with me and shoving you in that little space those people call containment chamber. Am I clear? He only now noticed the Earther and faced him. And you, he said in Earther, what the fuck did you think you were doing with that thing? I've seen failed builds that weren't on the verge of failing as explosively as that one. Don't you know anything about how reactor maintenance goes? Whoa there, buddy. So Bob the Soldier said, his tone hard enough, Gagarin ready to break up the fight. First off, how about you calm down? Second, I know nothing about reactors, other than you don't fix those with kinetic maintenance. Uncertainty stole some of Alex's anger. What kind of maintenance? Kinetic, kicking and hitting something until it works. Until it finally works? I know better than to do that with something that's got antimatter in it. That is, nothing gets fixed by hitting it. Really? It works with just about everything I have. More confusion. Then his friend's face hardened. As for that reactor of yours, it's not mine. What? Not my reactor. I mean, unless you consider the whole rack mine, then yeah, it's mine. But I'm not the one who put it there. That would be whichever shipyard crew did that when the ship was put together. Don't ask me who. I have no idea. Alex was muzzled. You didn't maintain it. Shut everything I could to maximize its lifespan, since it isn't like I was getting a new shipment of antimatter anytime soon. And when the power acted up, I shut more stuff off. I shut more stuff down until it settled. Because, I figured less stress on the thing was better for it. Alex's ears plastered themselves to his skull. You must. You must please Xenila Haran more than anyone's ever done. If that's all you did and you are still alive. What does that mean, Alex? Oh, don't you use my short name right now, Groggeron Saletravnir. I am far too pissed at you. I just spent almost 3 days working on that thing, and I swear just Billy M was there, laughing at me the entire time because keeping it from blowing up took her running her hands through my mind. But it's shut down now, so we're all safe. And since I was doing that for 3 days, do not talk to me for the next 3. I'm off to wash and then get friends to make me forget what I've been through. How do I turn it back on? Bob the Soldier asked. I kind of live there. You don't, Alex replied. And if you plan on trying, wait until we're well away from here. I don't want to be caught in that explosion. There's probably enough power in the reserve to last you a few weeks. We'll be far enough by then. Then he was storming away, the mechanics hurrying out of his way. Bob the Soldier chuckled. Well, looks like I'm staying after all. You are more accepting of the situation than I expected. He shrugged. Something being a soldier taught me is that you can make all the plans you want, but in the end you better learn to work with what life throws at you, because it doesn't give a shit about those plans. He sighed. I do have a request. I have a lot of stuff there I'd rather not lose. Gagarin hadn't thought it was possible for a room to be even smaller than those he'd stepped in on his previous visit on Bob the Soldier's old ship. But he had to crouch in this one. They didn't have to know how to move the server bank out of where they'd been built, the Earther said, on his stomach with tools and disassembling a panel. Gagarin was regretting deciding to accompany him. He told himself it was just to step off the ship for a time, see another species aesthetic, maybe learn something new about Earther this way. But a part of him had been concerned Bob the Soldier might do something unwise, like change his mind and attempt to restart the reactor. Then, when he was allowed to speak with Alex again, he'd ask why he'd left the antimatter in it, and if there was a risk the reactor could be restarted. Wouldn't it be simpler to transfer the data to your tablet? Wouldn't work. Nothing on this ship's broadcast. I mean, every ship I served on before this one's pretty strict about, Didn't remember I'd served on another ship before this. But yeah, on this one, they were paranoid about information. Everything's hardwired, and getting access to something not on the public network was a pain. Although, now that I think about it, with the experiments they were running on us, makes sense they didn't want anything easily accessible. I don't know if there's anything on the Bane that will be compatible with the technology. That's okay. I have a system that takes them among what your crew is taking back. He threw the cover aside. I didn't do this before because the sensors feed into this, and I don't know how to redirect those to a different station. So I come here to listen to this feed. He motioned to a space far too small to be tolerable. As far as Gagarin was concerned, you know what? I don't need this. Far too small to be tolerable, and in it was what could be a bed with something he thought would go over the Earther's head to cover his ears. I'd transfer some of the songs to that so I could listen while I did work elsewhere, but the compression's crap. If I'm going to be among others, I want the raw data in case I can find someone who knows how to build me a proper system so that to that so that what's on there someone who knows how to build me a proper system to that so that what's on proper system. Oh, okay. I know what. I know. Wow. So I can take what's on there. Man, was that broken. So I can take what's on there and turn it into a format I can share with people. I'll let you work. It was obvious the Earther had accepted he was moving off this wreck, so he didn't need supervision. And Gagarin couldn't shake the sense the room was getting smaller. He wanted space. He instructed a hunter to check on the Earther, then returned to the shuttle to wait for it to take him back to the Bane. Gagarin rushed to medical. The doctor had contacted him to inform him 3 of his hunters were incapacitated, and that wasn't something that could wait. There were no innocent reason this could happen on his ship. 3 of the patients lay on the bed, their arms connected to a blood cleaner. He had been attached to enough of them while he was on the front line. Nearly each time he returned from a battle, he needed to have his blood cleaned. He confirmed with the medic that the doctor was in her office and not dealing with a situation, then went to it. The office carried over the air of sterility from the previous room. Unlike the psychologist, the doctor had done nothing to make the room seem more than the office it was. She didn't look as worried as she'd sounded. What happened? He asked. You know what? This no longer works. What happened? He asked. Poisoning? That surprised him enough. It took him longer to process than it should. How? Through something they brought back from the Earther wreck. Is there a danger is there a danger others have been poisoned if someone else came in contact with it, or if it can pass from one person to? No, I'm sorry, Captain. I didn't express myself properly. They weren't poisoned from bringing something over, but by something they brought over. She motioned to the chair. I had a talk with the Earther, and these 3 hunters did a lot of the work helping him bring back items that were meaningful to him. Now that we're on the way, he offered to celebrate with them by drinking something he made called beer. It's another drink. Gagarin searched his memory for the information that was attached to the word. Something they drink socially leads to intoxication, like wine does for us. She snorted, and then some. It's one of the ingredients that goes into making it that is the problem. I was fortunate that the Earther made the drink himself, so I had the ingredients that go into making them. Analyzing them and comparing that to what I found in the hunter's blood, I traced it back to something the earther calls hops. The compound is similar to that found in Arshmirano extract, only much more potent. It exacerbated the intoxicating effect until they were incapacitated, which is when the earther contacted the hunters and they were brought here. He waited that long? It seems that he didn't mind the way the three were treating him while intoxicated. Two of them are males. She shrugged. He was embarrassed when he told me, if I read the reddening of his face correctly, but it felt more like I'd asked him to describe his last time in a toilet than he had wanted. Then he hadn't. Then he hadn't wanted what they were in the process of making happen to happen. His ears folded back. The memory having to tell the family medic how he'd felt going to the toilet because he'd been sick, surfacing unbidden. He couldn't think of many time that he'd been so embarrassed. So he didn't know this would happen? She shook her head. The hops are there as part of flavoring the drink. Considering his isolation and the fact I doubt information on my physiognomy is freely circulating among Earther, he had no way to know their behavior was anomalous. But if I may, the drink should be destroyed. Even if he doesn't intend to share it, its presence represents a risk I don't think is reasonable. I'll go talk with him. While he could send a hunter to carry the instruction, he felt he owed Bob the soldier the courtesy of conveying it himself and reassuring him this wouldn't be held against him. He just hoped the male would understand why the drink needed to be destroyed. And that concludes chapter 106 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is available for free on not for free. I'm sorry. It is available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Coffee Quill, thank you very much for the bits. Lady writes, here's the rehydrate. You are using the 3-act, 9-section, 27 plot point of the writer's mindset for the fantasy novel and others too. Very cool. I have yet to find any structured method of building a story that works for me, other than using MicroScriptor. Well, working with MicroScriptor. I am too much of a discovery writer, it seems. Press heart. Alrighty. Alrighty, I will start this read and correct by... Actually, I need to check something real quick. Just realized something. Okay, good. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting. With me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 58 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs didn't like what his plan was turning into. Acquiring a house far too large had been one thing, and the staff to run it he hadn't been able to argue against, having agreed to the house. But now? No. He glared at her over the large bed. As far as the other servants were concerned, he and her were only more of them, currently in the master's bedroom on the 3rd floor, to make it presentable. He was adding locks to the window while Cinta was secreting weapons under the mattress. We have to. She lay on the bed and reached under, then turned to grab the knife she placed and repositioned it. Nobles never just arrive, they make a production of it, which was why he was against the idea. Then we pay people to talk about how impressive we were on arriving. And what happens when the servants the nobles sent to report on our arrival can't report that we arrived? Or are you forgetting the letters we sent out? I'm not playing noble. He snapped, the hammer hitting crooked and bending the nail. She chuckled. That is amusing, considering the extent you went to make yourself one so you could enter the university. I'm barely one. He used essence to straighten the nail. And that's nothing more than a costume I have to wear so I can read the books I need to. He brought the hammer down next to the nail and willed it in. This? It's going to be walking through half the city, acting like I'm better than all of them. The fact he had to do that during his walk to the universe didn't escape him, but he had no choice then. Here? This feels like Cinta just wanted to parade through the city. Do you know what it feels like to be looked at while, like, looked at? Do you know what it feels like to be looked at like you and your city are meaningless? That what it feels like to be made to feel like helping a noble is a privilege, even though without that help, that noble wouldn't be able to get anything? That's what I don't want to inflict on anyone, ever. Without another lock into place, he faced her. Isn't the house enough to show we're here? Have the servants tell anyone who comes at the door, we're busy. I have better things to do than, he gesticulated, any of this. She smirked. How did you think setting up a job against a high noble would go? You clearly know how they are. That's why you're on the team again. Huh. That's why you're on the team. You're the expert at having people believe things. Just make them believe they saw all of it. He rested against the windowsill. Having to do this would be miserable. She laughed. Unless you're adding a sorcerer with the magic to make a city believe something that didn't happen, this is how I perform my magic. Bards do it all the time. Bards do it all the fucking time. Bards can only do it with things no one was there to watch or remember. You realize that to make this work, the caravan master needs to know about it before they arrive to the city. Having someone pay them on arrival to say the noble was traveling with them isn't going to work. They need to be ready for us to mix in with their people. That means they have to tell the guards and make sure the merchants don't ask as well. Don't talk as well. She smiled. Sounds to me like you know exactly how to go about making it happen. He narrowed his eyes at her. I don't like how you can get me to make a plan like this when I don't want to. That means you know me too well. Her smile broadened. Then you shouldn't have failed at conning me. It made me pay close attention to who you are. The first sentence glowed. She'd been studying him well before he'd been caught lying to them. He ran a hand over his face. To do this, I need to leave the city. This isn't something a letter can convince them to be part of. How far are they? He headed for the balcony door, taking the other lock from a pocket. The posted schedule has them arriving in 11 days, but that isn't certain. Caravans are good about adjusting their travel speed to make the schedule, but they can't control what happens. The only thing I can promise is that they won't arrive early. They have to pay for the space. The carts will be Eldon. He plays the lock, going over what he need to do. I'm going to have to leave as soon as I'm done here. I want to reach them as soon as possible, and that means a fast horse and a lot of time riding. He gently hammered the first nail in place. You are going to have to explain to Charlie Nuzuma what I'm doing and convince him that this isn't me abandoning the team. You don't have to worry about him, she said, and Tibbs fought the urge to stare at her. He got over his distrust. Now he stared. There was no light on her words. How she could believe anyone got over the betrayal Zuma felt. Tibbs had committed. This easily baffled him. But she'd be the one dealing with the archer, so she could handle the surprise. Tibbs slowed the horse when he felt the caravan at the edge of his scents. He'd covered more distance in the 2 days than if his horse had needed to rest. Physical exhaustion was easily dealt with the correct etching of purity. One of water kept his horse refreshed, and all he'd had been left was food. He'd brought enough for another week of riding, which the horse would go through during the ride back if Tibbs didn't push it too hard. Hunger was one aspect none of his elements could resolve. He would have been faster without the horse, but this far from the city, a lone man a lone man walking would be a lone man walking would be too suspicious. He got off the horse to let it rest properly and fed it. The sun was approaching the treetop, so the caravan would stop for the night before reaching him. Once he sensed that, he got on and approached at a leisurely pace. Almost as soon as he was moving again, he knew he had a problem. Someone among the caravan had metal as an element. They were definitely within Upsilon and might even be considered Delta. If they'd hired an adventurer, Tibbs would have to use more care. At that rank, adventurers no longer had to follow the guild's learning schedule, and some, especially those who chose to be adventurers in fact, as well as a name, couldn't sense. A name learned a lot of etching meant to reveal what was hidden. With the right training, this one could sense something off about Tibbs, and even if he was confident they wouldn't be able to tell, even if they were confident he was confident they wouldn't be able to tell what. Fortunately, they were at the rear of the stopped caravan and remained there even when the caravan caught sight of a rider and sent six of the guards riding in his direction. Well met, he said in Forsterian. After all these weeks of practicing it, the only skilled listeners could hear his accent. Make camp here for the night, the woman in the lead instructed. I have business to discuss with the caravan master, if they'll have it. I have coins to pay, and, he added, in case this person was among the merchants with affiliation among thieves, a shield and a knife to offer. The look they exchanged told them they didn't know the meaning, but she sent one of the guards back. He returned with a woman riding alongside. She was well dressed, but casually. No leather for protection, and the horse wasn't used to a rider. It had been hurriedly saddled for her. She studied him with a sharp blue eyes that looked more intense than her older appearance would lead people to watching her to expect. You have business? Our Forsterian had an accent, but he wasn't skilled enough with this language to place it. A lucrative one, if you aren't adverse to being loose with truths. And what kind of lies would you expect me to spread? He smiled. The kind I'd prefer not discussing with so many ears present. I'm not leaving you alone with him, Mom, the head guard said. The caravan leader considered Tibbs. If you leave your weapons with your horse, it will be you, me, Lyria, and her man. The man in question nodded. Tibbs urged his horse to the side of the road and tied the lead to a tree. He hooked his sword to the saddle, then removed the 3 knives he'd secreted on himself, putting them in the saddlebag and taking out the heavy bag. Reveal of their bag. The guard leader's man searched him, and once he confirmed the knife at his belt was the only one Tibbs still had, the other 2 dismounted and walked away from the others. That looks heavy, the caravan master said, nodding to the bag. A good shield and a knife have more weight than one expects. The 2 guards looked at him in confusion, but the caravan master didn't react. You can call me Thibault, he continued. Me and my team need to pass ourselves off as nobles, and we'd like to be part of your caravan. We can't just add a wagon, Larios said. The others are going to wonder what's happening. I am Eleanor, the older woman said after considering him. What exactly would you need me to do? To confirm that the lady and Lord Holomir of Kadalisaran have traveled with you for this leg of your trek. And if I'm asked to elaborate on the kind of people you are, he snorted, you've dealt with nobles. You can tell them how you really feel about us. The man chuckled. But I doubt you'll be asked, Tibbs continued. While the entries are documented, I haven't seen any indication they are investigated. All I'm looking to ensure is that our arrival has an explanation if it's questioned. I'm willing to pay. How much? She looked at the bag, and Tibbs sort of agreed. It was good and bad. It meant having her agree was only a question of offering her enough. But if she thought there was also money to be made in selling them out to the guards, he couldn't threaten her. She held all the advantages. If you can convince me you won't turn against my team, all this is yours. And how do I do that? Not like this, Tibbs replied. Her nod was more acceptance than resignation. She'd tried the gambit. It had failed. And this was how things went sometimes. When I take travelers, she said, her tone serious, what those traveling with me pay for is an assurance I will see them to their destination unarmed by bandits or wild animal. While this isn't something I will state to them, I also include resolving any issues they'll have entering a city, so long as that isn't because they are wanted by the authorities. The words were dark as she looked at him expectantly. The lady and her man have never been to this city, nor have they done business with the nobles here, and their associates in other cities. They also have all the required papers to show how they travel from Kadalisaran to here. If we reach an agreement, you will tell me which cities you have joined. They have joined your caravan, and the papers will show that to be in good order as well. She smiled. You've planned this well. I have an expert on my team. Common travelers pay 4 silvers. Those are any who don't travel with me for business. If they don't have their own transport, I'll provide a horse for them to ride on at extra charge. Same goes if they didn't bring food for their travels. She considered something. I've never taken nobles, but I'd start at 2 gold and I would find reasons to increase that amount. Considering these 2 nobles you'd want in my caravan aren't going to take space in it or cause me trouble, 2 golds will be enough. There was no light on the words, so he made a decision he hoped he wouldn't regret. He took the coins from the bags, 2 golds, and 2 more on the day you leave the city. He hadn't paid attention to how long they'd stay on the schedule. To how long they said they'd stay. But he expected 2 weeks would be the minimum. Along with the merchants selling their wares, there were business deals to be made, and those didn't always happen on the day. 2 weeks would be enough for the job, and then ensure the person he wanted the authority to blame disappeared in a public way. If she told the guard anything after that, the team would have disbanded and not be the people wanted. 4 gold to say you traveled with us? She asked in disbelief. If me and my team are still free by the time you leave. You have my word, I won't do anything to get in the way of receiving those 2 extra gold. There was no light on the world, and that was the best he could hope for. Tibbs approached the house warily. He'd sensed a crowd standing before it from far enough. He knew there would be too many people, so something had happened. People moved within the house, but he didn't know enough about what they should be doing at this moment to tell if anything was as it should be or everything was as it should be or not. He finished the journey on the roofs, where he'd expected a crowd of passerby watching. He didn't know what they might be watching. There were no guards. Sure not that he knew what they might be watching. He instead found people too well dressed to have any business with the house when the official occupants weren't there yet. A man stood before the door dressed well, if in too many colors. He was talking to another man dressed better than he was, and the authority he exerted made Tibbs bring the words to him. No, you may not simply enter the lady's abode. I do not care who your master might be, so do not give me their name. I have told you all before. I tell you now. When the lady and her man have arrived, she will make the announcement, and only then can your master present himself to her. Tip didn't understand why this was happening, but clearly this wasn't the job being in danger. He returned to the ground and had to make his way through the crowd to reach the side of the house where he, as the servant he was dressed as, would enter. Those who noticed him sneered, and even those who didn't move out of his way, making his trek through them meandering. You! A man said with enough venom. Tibbs looked over his shoulder and found himself locking eyes with the colorful man at the door. He froze under the gaze. He hadn't realized the crowd had taken him close enough to be noticed, or that he'd be singled out. Where were you? The man demanded, and Tibbs almost replied, not to tell him where he'd been, but that he'd better never talk to him in that tone. That no one was so well off, especially not some other servant, as to talk down to him. Cinta, also dressed as a servant, standing humbly behind and to the side of that man, reframed enough of the interaction. Tibbs managed to keep his mouth shut. Well, the man demanded, then continued, no matter. Go in. Whoever had to take over your duties will take more pleasure in letting you know what this household thinks of those who waste time in taverns. Well, he demanded when Tibbs didn't immediately move. Then he stepped around the large man and took Cinta's arm to force her to come with him. What's going on? He demanded as soon as he closed the door on the first empty room he took them to. The announcement for arrival went out 3 days ago. What announcement? I told you, it's a... What announcement, Cinta? What could have gone out that leads to what looks like half the city's noble servant being at the door of this house? It's much more than half. Cinta, he warned. They're here to make sure their masters will be invited to our celebration, of course. And that concludes chapter 58 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story, where we are well ahead of that. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Time to head out. Thanks for the story. You are welcome, the leader writes. Have yourself a good rest of your day. Chris. Well, I do have to, not have to, but I do want to delete that. And I need to add... That does that. Okay. Okay. This is done. Alrighty. And I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 59 of Stepping Wild. What do you mean, our celebration? Tibbs demanded. All this is so we'll be invited to one of their celebration. And how do you think that happens? Cinta replied, smiling. He threw his hand up. How should I know? Nobles are always celebrating something. It's how they impress each other. And we need to impress them first. We are the new arrivals. We need to give them a reason to want to be around us if we don't want them to shun us for the strangers we are. And we do that by playing their game? Their games? He demanded in disbelief. Exactly, she answered with pride. He felt like banging his head against the wall. At least that would be one pain under his control. The jiggling of a key in the door lock he put him on alert. He hadn't locked it. There came muttering on the other side as servants walked by the person at the door. Once they were alone. The door opened and the man in colorful clothing that had ordered him inside entered. How did it go, Gerald? Cinta asked. Pretty good, the man answered, without any of the haughtiness he'd used on Tibbs or the rest of the crowd. I've only glanced at the letters of introduction, but I think I saw all the minor noble names. What? Tibbs looked from her to the man. What letter of introduction? We were the ones who sent those out. And who are you? I, the man said, straightening and his face turning to a mask of barely contained disdain from before, am Archibald, personal manservant to the illustrious Lady Rabiria and that man of hers. He sneered as he took in Tibbs. Not that simple folks like you could ever understand the importance of her ladyship. She called you Gerald. Tibbs's confusion tempered his rising anger. Well, of course, he said, posturing that is portrait that of someone ordinary. It's my name, and it's good to actually meet you, Thibault. I'm grateful for what you did for us. He looked at Cinta, hoping she'd have an explanation. He's with the theater. Don't you remember seeing him on stage? He looked the man over again and tried to place him as someone on the stage, not that he'd paid them any attention. Gerald smiled. What you gave Ismael has already helped alleviate some of the pressure we felt. So it is an honor to help you in this endeavor. Nobles always have personal servants to handle the specifics of their business, like intercepting other nobles' servant trying to ingratiate with their masters to us, she said. Tibbs rubbed his temple. I thought we weren't wealthy enough to have all the nobles trapping. Why was a simple job becoming so complicated? Better question. Why was this abyss-cursed university so strict on who could enter it? He'd been forced to set all this in motion. Oh, we are. If anyone bothers looking at who Archibald is, they'll find out he's actually Gerald. Putting on air is something actors excel at, hence why we hired one of them instead of a properly trained personal servant. Doesn't that go against convincing them we're just like them? He raised a hand to keep her from answering, already feeling the headache forming. Never mind. I'll go along with it. It's going to be easier than trying to understand any of this. She beamed. And that is why the Lady Rabiria loves her men so. They understand who has the money in the relationship. It's not going to make it easy to act pleasant to her, Tibbs said, let alone having the nobles believe we have a loving relationship. Gerald took in Cinta and smiled. I don't see how that can be difficult. Tibbs rolled his eyes. It's going to be quite an act I'm pulling off. Realization dawned on the man. I see. Fortunately, he didn't elaborate or ask questions. He could believe whatever he wanted, so long as he didn't tell Tibbs about it. I'm guessing that everything needed for the celebration you say we need is already being arranged. He unhooked the plain-looking bag from his belt. I have money left from negotiating with the caravan master. She smiled. Money is always good. Gerald took him, weighed it in a hand, and looked at her. How authentic are you going for? As authentic as a pair of money-strapped nobles can afford to go. We need to impress, but we can't have them think we're flush with coins. I'll check with Michelle. Gerald said, and exited the room. They know everything there is to know about the city's tastes, Cinta explained. At the theater, they make sure the set looks authentic while not bringing them to ruin. What do you need me to do then? She took his arm in hers. You, my dear man, get to go waste the day with those books you are so fond of, until it's time for you to be a true noble. Tibbs dearly wished he could make the large warehouse room cooler, sitting against the wall and doing his best not to move and not smell of whatever pungent items had been in it before. The storage had been leased by a merchant Cinta created, and the crates containing the costume moved in over the previous days as part of more crates, filled with things the theater didn't currently need, waiting for the caravan that was contracted to take them. The four of them had sneaked in under cover of the night and had settled to wait for Eleanor's caravan to arrive. Sleeping had been manageable in the smelly, stuffy air, but with the sun rising, the heat had increased, and without the same protection from fire as he had with the other elements, it was becoming uncomfortable. Storage set to keep the things stored in them from spoiling, therefore being comfortable, was too expensive to justify. The situation could be alleviated slightly with open doors, but that would invite people to look in. You realize, Charlie said, that we're going to be sweating even more once we put this get-up on, right? His and Uzuma's costumes straggled the line between offering protection and being decorations, giving them nearly as many layers as what Tibbs and Cinta would wear. Surely enough, one of you can sneak out and get a bucket of water, Cinta offered. I'm already wet, the fighter replied. Putting on more water isn't going to help. We need to open the door. Not until we exit, Tibbs said. He could keep himself comfortable, but that would require netching to keep the heat off of him, and it would be odd that he was the only one not affected by the uncomfortable situation. And it will be just as hot for the nobles in their wagons. They will have to dress before leaving in the morning. How much longer are we going to be in here? Uzuma asked. Tibbs shrugged. We'll know when they get here. They had been scheduled to arrive with the sun only a finger's width above the walls, but they were now only entering his range. The best thing you can do now until we hear them and have to put on our costume is to be still and rest. Tibbs was hot and uncomfortable under all the fabrics. Putting them on had been a chore. The heat and Charlie's insistent complaining hadn't helped. He'd almost snapped at the fighter a few times. But now they were ready for their entrance. The caravan had stopped in the corral and people were exiting their wagons. All that was needed was a distraction to ensure everyone looked away from their door. It came in the form of a crate of metal cookware, toppling off a wagon and shattering on hitting the ground. The noise was audible even behind the closed door. Finally, Charlie muttered, pushing the door open. Any longer and I was stepping out anyway. Aaron closed and moved to help gather the merchant's item. Those not helping were busy with their own wagon, except for one, standing on his wagon's driver's bench, looking around, scanning in open worry. He was the metal adventurer Tibbs had sensed when speaking with Eleanor. Only he was dressed as an Urbiran merchant in light clothing that would reveal any armor he wore under. The strips of fabric wrapped over his head had slipped down, hiding his metal gray eyes from view. Did the adventurer pass himself off as merchant on some of the works of merchants? If the word the guild gave them called for it? Actually, no. Did the guild give adventurers work that called for them pass themselves off as merchant? Did the guild give adventurers work that called for them to pass themselves off as merchant? Bard sang of them hiding who they were as part of their adventures, but never as something as mundane as a merchant. He'd sensed Tibbs pulling the crates of the wagon, but hadn't pinpointed where the essence had come from. He couldn't sense Tibbs since he wasn't channeling metal, so of no concern for the moment. But he'd have to make the time to check why the man was here. Focus, Cinta whispered, and Tibbs looked ahead. The gate approached, and the crowd thickened. Charlie and Uzuma moved anyone dressed in less than noble clothing out of their way. They'd explained that to the two that, short of hurting them, they needed to be as brusque as they had to, as needed. Okay, yeah, right. Okay, it's the needed here. They were to be as brusque as needed to make space. Nobles didn't stand and wait for people to get out of their way. No one on this side of the gate was a noble. Arabiria Olimir and her man, Charlie announced, as if they were no more than merchants. It's lady, Cinta corrected haughtily, and Charlie shrugged. He handed the papers to the clerk. The show was to reinforce their lack of money. They hadn't been able to afford the kind of escort who would treat them with the respect nobles desired. Charlie was to be almost belligerent in his interaction with them, while Uzuma wouldn't manage to care about anything these nobles did. The clerk, singular, scanned the paper, made notes on his board, and handed them back. The extent of him officially allowing them to enter. Cinta took Tib's arms in hers and leaned in, smiling. "We're being watched," she whispered. He returned the smile, leaning into her ear, and whispered back, "And not just by the nobles. 5 thieves watched them from the alley's shadow." Neither was unexpected, since their arrival had been announced, but he hoped it wasn't an indication that the master was on to what they were doing. There had been no signs they'd been found out, but this meant they'd have to be more careful. Now that they were in the city, Charlie and Uzuma didn't have to push anyone. The people here knew how to behave around nobles, and once they were away from the throng of people, the 2 guards couldn't refuse those who approached. A representative from the noble families introduced themselves to the lady. The names Tibbs recognized were from the lower and middle nobles. Cinta had given him all of them. All of them to memorize, but only more of them. Only some had stuck. This had felt more painful than what he remembered of learning his letters. High nobles wouldn't bother with the streets to make their introduction. She'd explain they would be at the celebration for them to do that. There would be a celebration for them to do that. She smiled when he pointed out they had invited all of them. "And that," she'd replied, "is why they will all be there." Tibbs walked through the market dressed as a commoner. Even if the celebration was yet to be put on, the last 2 days had been busy with more low and middle nobles coming to the house for introduction. Tibbs had been present for all of them, but today, after the 3rd such visit, the Lord Tyrian Holomere had claimed to be exhausted and in need of rest, then retired to his and the ladies' chambers. Cinta had laughed his departure away, hinting that his tiredness was due to the little sleep they'd had the previous night. The low nobles chuckled and made it clear what they thought the 2 of them had been busy with. Sneaking to the roof had been easy, even without the use of essence. The lord and lady's bedroom balcony didn't have neighbors looking onto it. Now Tibbs headed for the metalware merchant to find out why he was in the city. The men at the booth with metalware hanging from the walls and ceilings. Enough, Tibbs couldn't see the wooden wall behind them. He gave parting words in Urbiran to the woman who left with a cooking pot. Tibbs hadn't had a reason to learn it, but had met a few from that kingdom, and they'd explained the words to mean, "May the sand be cooled under your feet," a saying given to those they wished for good things to happen after they parted. Tibbs stepped to the counter, and when the men turned to him, he openly stared. The metal gray eyes were there for all to see. Tibbs had thought the low strips of fabric obscuring them had been intentional, but now? "And how may Leonus of Robrita be of service to you, young men?" he greeted with an accent nearly too thick to be understood. "Your eyes," he said, putting awe in his words. The merchant smiled and bowed, a hand going to his forehead. "I have been blessed by an element, and my eyes mark me as such." He motioned to the ware. "It has made me adept at working the metal that makes these. So I promise that while not expensive, these will be the best you can find." "Do you have any knives with the pots?" Tibbs asked, looking them over. If the man was on a job for the guild that required him playing at being a merchant, he had to be a rogue. "Ah, no. Wares for the cooks and bakers are all I make. There is a merchant 7 booths further along that will have those, and they are quite good quality." He smiled. He smiled at Tibbs' stare. "The element has blessed me with the ability to know the quality of others' work in metal." Could he really be a merchant at this rank? Tibbs had no way to know how old the man really was. He wasn't centuries old. That would show for someone in the epsilon range, but he could easily be decades older than he looked. The only people Tibbs had encountered with an element, but who weren't part of the guild or hired themselves off for a lot of coins, were those with barely a trace of one. "How did you become blessed?" he asked, trying to come up with ways to confirm the man was with the guild. The smile fell slightly. "Through hardship and darkness, my young men. No blessing comes easy. And he tried, but I was one of the few who was strong enough to receive one. But you do magic. That's what the elements give, right? The element gives the elements gives us a tool. Oh, okay, gives the elements give a tool for us to use as we desire. He touched a pan lovingly. I desired to make. So once freed, I made. The smile returned fully, and now I travel and make what people need. Freed? What do you need that this humble merchant can offer? The man was done indulging his questions. Actually, this will go here. Tibbs walked away. Had he really managed to pay off all the guild had charged for his training and running a dungeon and walked away to become someone who made and sold metalware? He knew most people joined the guild willingly, paid for the privilege, but other than the nobles, the guild quickly shouldered so much debt onto them they had no choice but to work for them. The guild trained people to enjoy the power they had, the riches they got with that power. And that man had walked away from that? Hadn't Tibbs? But he'd had his revenge. And the man had his making. Tibbs looked over his shoulder, and the man was joyfully explaining something about the metal bowl in his hand to a mother with a child in her arms. Maybe after everything they had to go through to escape the guild, some people only wanted the quiet of an ordinary life after all. And that concludes chapter 59 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. This is done. All right. Last chapter of the morning. I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and I, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 60 of Stepping Wild. And have you found the alliance to be in your favor? The noble asked Tibbs. They stood by a table lined with finely crafted crystal glasses filled with varying drinks. Cinta was in the center of the large room, entertaining the nobles there with tales of their travels, or some such things. Tibbs had no interest in trying to listen. It lets me indulge in my passion while she deals with the minutiae. He didn't have to act the stiffness of his reply. He didn't want to be anywhere near these people. He wanted the roofs. He wanted to go take on the master's people or an adventurer. All those in the city. That would be more to his liking than standing next to this noble among yet more nobles, having to act like he was one of them. The man smiled knowingly. Oh, and what is this passion of yours? I can't do this, Tibbs complained while Ernst and Charlie helped him dress. He'd argued he could very well dress himself and already done so once, and had already done so once. But Taylor had countered that this wasn't him parading in the streets, where any misaligned fold could be excused by the walk or the time in their wagon waiting to arrive. This would be him at his peak and under scrutiny. Any errors would be noted and used to diminish his worth. Gossip was as much part of the nobles' lives as counting their coins, and there was only so much wrongness one could get away with before becoming unworthy to associate with. I hate them, Tibbs had replied, remaining still and letting the two dress him. You play one well enough, Uzuma commented by the wall he leaned against. He'd managed not to get roped into helping by Cinta having two women from the theater help her. I don't have to talk with anyone then, he countered. I show the crest, pay the coin, and find the books I want to read. What am I even supposed to say to these people? Tell them about the money holders, Cinta said, seemingly having no trouble staying still as the two women stepped around her, arranging the fabrics of her dress. Ernst had arrived with them, each dressed much better than at the theater, a proper tailor and his helpers, as requested by the nobles, since the servants couldn't be let in to this part. Tibbs snorted. I do that, and they know I'm no noble. I only deal with the holders common folks do business with. Then fall back on your interest, she said, the kind even nobles would have. Stealing should work, Ozoma said, smirking. I was thinking of reading. She countered. Nobles have libraries, and many of them actually read the books filling it. I doubt they read about dungeons, Tibbs muttered. No one reads about dungeons, Charlie stated. Nobles will read about anything that interests them, she said, even dungeons. Dungeons, Tibbs replied casually, and the man choked on his drink. He considered letting him suffer. He considered making it worse. He was already choking, so who would know the water that made it into his airways didn't come from the drink. It would be one fewer noble to bother the population, and hadn't someone told him that no noble party was considered proper until someone died there, or almost died? He slapped the man on the back harder than needed, but he had a role to play. Nobles might stab each other in the back, but the lord hosting them couldn't openly let one of them suffer this indignity. It would reflect badly on him. That was not what I expected. The man finally managed. I have my lady, Tip said, fully knowing what the man meant. Why would I care for anyone else in my bed? The noble turned a speculative gaze on Cinta. She could deal with the advancers better than he. He might have no interest in what was expected the couple they were did in bed, but he could ensure the impression there was no lacking of it was there. And what is your arrangement regarding the bedroom? He asked, not taking his eyes off Cinta. Presenting, Gerald announced from the large room's archway, and saving Tibbs from having to answer, the Lord and Lady Furbrand. Tibbs excused himself. As a host, he was required to greet the arrivals. As soon as Cinta was at his side, he whispered, "You do the talking this time." He'd wanted her to do all the talking, but it was his family's name they sought to establish, so he needed to be seen doing his part. People would wonder why he didn't have her name otherwise. Nobles and their games, he muttered more than once. Cinta bowed. Lord Furbrand, lady, it's a delight and a surprise to have you grace our presence. 'Tis bent at the waist, as was appropriate in the appropriate equivalent for men. Cinta had spent the hours waiting for the first arrival, while fully dressed, torturing him by getting him to do it over and over. The lord gave nothing more than a nod in return. The lady didn't even bother. Her eyes filled with judgment at the fact they hadn't received an invitation, or that they'd still been compelled to come so another couldn't snatch what might be a promising alliance away from them. Her tone, however, was polite. It is simply courtesy that we get to know a potential resident. She took Tibbs's arm in hers, and he barely kept from stiffening. This had happened often enough since the start of this event. He might be getting used to it. He hoped this wouldn't be another offer for a private alliance. From those that came before, it seemed like every noble took every other noble to their bed. And to find out if you will be rivals, the lord said, a smile also polite as the lady led Tibbs away. Cinta laughed. We are only getting used to the city. It's far too early to say if we will stay. But the story is that we're staying. Tip said once Cinta had coached him in how to answer a specific question about the Holomere. Isn't it? While she hadn't made any large changes to the plan, there had been enough small ones. Tips was no longer sure of anything. Of course, but we don't want them to know that, interrupted Stemple. And why not? Because nobles don't just tell each other things like that. They manipulate them into making the offer. Every noble's a con artist, by the sound of it, Charlie said, munching on vegetables arranged among the meats and soups and other things. Tibbs had no idea what they were. One of the small changes Cinta had made was to include an entire kitchen staff worthy of the best noble in the city. Gerald had cleared the dining room as soon as the tables were set, keeping Charlie and Uzuma because he needed them to move some of the items not quite where they should be. No, Cinta said, they do it knowing full well the others are aware of what is happening. It's a game for them, not a crime. And stop eating, Charlie. That's for the guest. You'll have plenty to eat later. Like anything they do is a crime, Uzuma spat. You, the fighter said, are going to have to tell us what your problem is with them one of these days. No. But it is how it goes, Cinta continued, preventing Charlie from pressing. Nobles never admit to what they are up to, especially if it involves acquiring coins they lost. Of course, Lord Furbrand said. Then I might be able to explain the benefit of the city as well as some businesses you can venture with. Seeing an ally? Cinta replied. I am better as such, he replied instead of. They weren't far enough. The other conversation made hearing them impossible. Knowing my man, the lady holding his arm said, he will posture for your lady. She smiled. Such boring things. She snatched 2 glasses from a passing tray. One one-handed, holding them by the thin crystal stem, and offered one to Tibbs. He wished he could afford to let the corruption in the drink affect him. A numb mind would be comfortable for after hours of this, but that would lead to costly mistakes. I must say, she said, after a sip that barely let any liquid past her lip, that your Forsterane is... Forsterane, is that the right spelling? Forsterane... Yep, it is. It's surprisingly good. Yep, did not hit the button properly. It isn't often foreigners bother learning it. They're always here demanding we somehow know their language, the language of their kingdoms. The following smile gave Tibbs the impression there was more to it than an opinion. It puts the common folk at ease. Her startled response might be at the brusqueness of his. I suppose that's true. The commoners do love to think that more of themselves. She pulled them to a group. Eltral, it's such a pleasure to see you here. By how he stiffened, the pleasure was one-sided. Lady Ferbren, I didn't expect you to be here. Worry crossed his eyes. You are so busy, he added. I couldn't let such fine people put together such a gathering and not attend. It would be disrespectful. Just what kind of lady do you take me for, Eltral? Tibbs kept his expression forcefully neutral as the man studied him. Tibbs had been the one to welcome the two lords when they'd arrived. Eltral had offered the minimum of courtesy, while Jordan had been enthusiastic. The busy kind, he said, the smile mildly mocking now. After all, you already have so many interests. Is it really wise to seek to add one more of them? Can you really satisfy those you already have as it is? When he looked at Tibbs again, he didn't miss the warning in the Lord's eyes, and he nodded in acknowledgement. You, Altrala, simply swore that I passed on your offer. Presenting, Gerald called the ladies Kim Collial. Tibbs hid his relief and as he excused himself and joined Cinta to the archway. If you're interested in becoming a respectable person, she whispered, I can arrange a lucrative gem trade agreement. I want nothing that puts me in the Fairbrand's presence after this, not even as a pretense. They bowed to the ladies and they returned the greetings. You did so much in so little time, Ilios said, seemingly genuinely impressed. Cinta had given him everyone's name to remember, as she was... and she was one of those he hadn't forgotten yet. Fortunately, with the instructions to remember had come the warning to never use a noble's first name until he'd received permission. The advantage of sending a servant ahead, Tibbs answered. You will have to introduce me to them, Ilios's woman said. Someone able to arrange this without any of us learning until you are basically here is someone I need to steal from you. Cinta laughed. Then I'm certain you'll want to visit again. She motioned them towards one of the groups. This is not the setting for such a personal bargain. Tibbs enjoyed the momentary solitude, wishing he could be with Charlie and Uzuma instead of enduring this. Charlie hadn't stopped fidgeting in his armor. I don't like leaving you two alone with them. There was still something thuggish about the fighter, but now he was covered by expensive protection. This is a social event, Cinta replied. There's no need for guards in the room. Until there was an assassination attempt, Tibbs thought, trying to remember who had told him that. It wasn't like he'd known many people with knowledge of nobles. Then why are we wearing these? Uzuma complained. Because if I'm going to suffer, Tibbs replied, you will too. Cinta glared at him. There is an expectation to be met. Those don't go away just because you'll be with our guests' guards. You remember your stories? You hired us as part of the larger retinue in Crestera, Charlie said. 20 of us, Uzuma continued. We lost a few to attacks, but most because you, he pointed to Cinta, are an impossible woman to deal with, and you, he pointed to Tibbs, don't have the spine to keep your woman in check. I'm surprised I changed this. Could have sworn it said balls initially, but I've grown to hate your guts, Charlie added, and I can't be bothered to care anymore. Uzuma continued, not even if someone were to plant a knife in either of your back. Could be why they sent us to the kitchen with the other guards, Charlie said, smirking. Don't make it easy to pull the stories from you, she said. Don't drink, Tibbs warned them. Charlie enjoyed his ale too much, and while he didn't drink as much, Uzuma preferred stronger stuff. There shouldn't be any of those in the kitchen, since they were reserved for noble guests, but he didn't put it past the archer to bribe a servant. If I don't like you, Charlie said, why wouldn't I just tell them whatever they want? She smiled and stepped to the fighter. Because you might not like the Lady Olamere, but you are certainly terrified of what her saying something bad about you to this crowd will do for your chances of finding a different employer. Charlie backed until he was against the wall. Got it. Remember, she said, returning to Tibbs' side, they're going to expect you to ask questions about their lords and ladies, and they are going to do the same. Just make sure you give them information slowly and after they've given you some. I thought being a guard meant we wouldn't have to do any of that, Charlie complained. Ozoma mumble was barely audible. Shows what you know. Loris tells me that you have an interest in dungeons, the man stepping next to Tibbs said, while he wondered if any of the drinks could make this tolerable while not making him drunk. All he remembered of this noble was that Cinta was who had greeted him and his lady. I do. He grabbed a random one. He couldn't afford to be drunk, so it didn't matter what he drank. Have you even visited one? The question came with a mild challenge. I visited the Purity one. You entered it? The man barely masked his surprise. They only let those who join in enter. I watched the procession. Tibbs didn't remember if anyone had spectated, but nobles wouldn't care what was allowed or not. The man leaned closer and lowered his voice. What did it look like? Tibbs shrugged. An opening in a stone wall. Nothing worth speaking of, really. They aren't interested in making things pretty there. He paused, glass to his lips. The being the noble was happening. Oh, this being the noble neighborhood, and with the celebration happening, people had been walking the streets from well before it started. He'd considered pulling his senses in until all he sensed was the room, but if he'd heard of such an event and wasn't busy with a job already, he might decide to make use of everyone's distraction. And the decision was paying off. Where everybody passed by, someone had stepped to the stone wall. The noble was looking at him expectantly. Excuse me? Am I boring you? There was threat in the voice. Yes, certainly crossed my mind. Yes, certainly crossed his mind. He looked at his glass and placed it down. Maybe I've had too many. I apologize. He focused on the man while keeping track of the thief, who was now atop the wall. I asked if you intended on visiting other dungeons. Most certainly. He motioned to the room. All this is so I can eventually make a trip to one. Why not settle in a dungeon city then? Tibbs scoffed. And have the Adventurers Guild always telling me what to do? He didn't bother minimizing his disgust. The thief was now to the wall, searching it for finger holes. It's better to go in, do what I intend, and leave before they know I've even been there. And what do you intend? The man asked, tone speculative. Intend? What I need? Oh, only to watch, of course. He smiled. Why, yes, of course. While the man studied him, the speculation becoming amused, Tibbs etched lightning along the windowsill under the thief. I would like to accompany you, the noble said, if you'll have me when you go, to watch as well, of course. Your lady seems more interested in contracts than exploring other things. Such a trip would be better with company, don't you think? That smile made it clear what kind of company the noble was offering. Was sex a currency among them? The thief touched the windowsill and the etching triggered. He smiled as the thief fell. The touch on his arm was light. I shall wait for your message. Then the noble stepped away. Message? Had he agreed to something? The thief wasn't moving. He'd broken bones, but he wasn't losing essence. He almost told Gerald to have them gathered, but remembered he couldn't know what had just taken place. Archibald, he told him when he reached the archway where the man stood, can you see to it someone does the rounds of the house? I'm worried such a crowd will attract unwanted attention. I'll send a man immediately, my lord. Tips faced the crowd. Couldn't he simply burn the lot and be done with it? What city wouldn't benefit from fewer nobles in it? And in the chaos that created, he could gather all the coins from those no longer occupied houses before the city got to it. The team would be set, he wrote its temple, and his anonymity destroyed. Something on that scale would get the guild's attention. Brand or no, they'd track down the one responsible, and to put an end to his torture, and that chase didn't seem so bad. It wasn't like the adventurers they set on him would know what to expect. Someone would fire as his element, because that's how they died. He'd surprise them and escape, which would make the guild hunt him even harder. After all these years, he was able to move about and not have every adventurer who laid out on him give chase. That would end, and it would run. He'd have to run at the mere sense of an adventurer around him. He didn't need that kind of aggravation. He had dungeons to find and runs to plan. And runs to plan for. Maybe, once he could suffuse himself again, he'd be able to attack the guild, but until then, he needed to remain unseen. And being unseen by one meant being seen by these people. He'd survive the guild. He could survive these nobles. And that brings chapter 60 to an end. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream's story, where we are well ahead of this. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And welcome to the stream, but it plays. I hope you are doing well. You did this sleep until dark, wear that light things last night. Sleep during dark. Oh, cool. I hope that worked out for you. But he tends to stick to a 28-hour schedule. It won't be long. You'd be comfortable among Kelsarians then. They have a 28-hour day. And what are you up to today, but it plays? Following self-pity, finding a job is impossible. Well, I definitely hope you can find something. Right. Forgot to do this. It's done. It's done. Okay, that is done. Can I not just re-log in? Doing this regularly enough, you guys should give us permanent logins. Hmm. If you tell me it already exists, we're gonna have problems. Can I just do this? No. It would be nice if you told me you've logged me out instead of just locking things up, buddy. You got a message from Twitch? Guess what? I don't know. You hit affiliate. Congratulations. You're excited. Now you have a lot of work to do. Okay. You are probably going to invest more time in this than I did. I mean, you can see by the little I have to offer how much how much time I invested in this. You need to get a redeem set up. You want to get channel points set up, redeem. Yeah, you're already investing a whole lot more time than I did in this. You it as a full-time job. You've been slacking the past few weeks. Great things. Well, yeah, that's a good way to look at it. I just don't have the thought process. You see, my job is to write. While I understand that it can't stop at that, I can't get myself to act on it. Yeah, and I fully understand that I that it cannot simply be that, but I just can't be. I cannot get myself to be bothered with it. I would everything about the stuff around my writing would be so much better if I could afford people to deal with it. If I could afford somebody to do the marketing, if I could afford somebody to handle my website, if I could afford for somebody to deal with my Twitch page. Like if I had the money to be able to do that, oh, yeah. I'm already not mentally wired to maintain social connections. So dealing with that, which to me is very social, uh, is not exactly. You know what? But it plays. Maybe you can do me. Maybe you can help me out with something. You do not support me on Patreon, which means that you are not going to. Well, actually, I need somebody who doesn't support me. I need someone who doesn't have an account with me, an account that doesn't have. Well, okay. Actually, I don't know if that's gonna. Do you have? Well, actually, you know what? That's gonna tell me what happens if you go to this link. Because the fact that it's my Patreon and I've got an account kind of screws my way of testing it, because it always gives me, the editing functions, and when I look at it, it makes me look at it as somebody, as a member, as somebody who supports me. I haven't found a way of looking at it from the completely from the outside, short of creating a brand new account, and I'm not going to do that just to run tests. I'll be right back. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's not really helpful. Okay. So that doesn't quite do what I was hoping it's going to do. I'm going to have to test something else. Because I was hoping that at least the image would be visible, because that's the book, that's the cover of the book. Because basically I'm trying to set that up as an alternative for people who don't want to buy the books on Amazon. And it is proving highly difficult. No, it's a book cover. You can't have, well, I mean, I guess you could, but no, it's not. It is not 18 plus. The image is not 18 plus. The fact that it says that it's locked tells me that even if you log in, you're not going to see it. But if you're willing to give that a try, more information on my, getting more information will certainly be helpful. But right now, I need to go on lunch. Actually, this is what I'm going to be. Yeah, my Patreon is 18 plus because my some of my stories are 18 plus. Different, some are definitely 18 plus, but none of the images I use, because those are my covers, will be 18 plus. Because those are the kind of cover that you could find in a bookstore, a regular bookstore, not an adult bookstore. But yes, I need to take lunch. So I will see you all when I get back in about an hour. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. And how are you doing, But It Plays? Just about to get some drinks. Cool. Enjoy. Alrighty. So today it is chapter 61 of A Stepping Wild. This is gonna be... I'm having to learn how to retype again. Find... Really? You don't like that word if it's not singular? No. You're a roof runner, Tibbs. Why are you taking that long of a way around? Hey, Colo. Suddenly bop. Well, welcome. What are you up to? Working for no purpose. Ah, that's too bad. You should give yourself a purpose. Make one up. Invent it. Justify your work. That's what they say anyway. Otherwise, just do it out of enjoyment. You have a purpose in life to ruin GM. Good luck with that. Tibbs wants to destroy the Adventurers Guild. So you guys are on the same track. He's probably going to have to use more direct methods. This is what I want to do, because I forgot this morning. Alrighty. So I need to figure out a way to set up Come on. Really? Why are you opening it here too? Guess I'm gonna have to do it the slow way. Oops. Fine. Not going to be able to do that. Might as well. Alrighty. Well, with the writing done in the chat, pretty much. Pretty quiet. I'm gonna bring this to an end. Unless people want to chat. Alright, I'll take that to mean that I can bring this to an end. And we will raid Game of Tome again. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild in the morning, and in the afternoon of The Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.